Good morning and welcome to Education Policy and Administration. I call on Representative McDonald to lead us in the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I open the hearing on House Bill 1571 FNA, requiring the Department of Education to review statewide academic standards and curriculum and making an appropriation therefore. And I call on Representative Noble to introduce her bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Kristen Noble and I represent Hillsborough District 2, the town of Bedford. This bill directs the department to revise the academic standards. I can speak to the math portion, at least has not been revised in quite some time. And what we currently have, in my opinion, is not high quality. And so it will be great for that all to be updated. The other thing it does is directs the department to make a list of high quality curriculum and material that would be aligned to the revised standards. It says in here that the districts shall select from that list. That's probably something that we need to change to may. Oh, and before we go any further, you'll see on that first page, there's a whole bunch of stuff that's crossed out. That is I hate to throw OLS under the bus, but this is like my first time that they didn't do exactly what I asked for a totally different section. So we need to fix that. And I spoke with Dr. Green from the department and we found the proper section that it needs to go into. So we'll have to do an amendment for that. The other thing it does is the assessment will have to be updated as well for the new standards. And if you look in the fiscal note, you'll see that they did a pretty good plan there for what this will include. It's a multi-year plan. And I think that's it.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Selig.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. You mentioned amending the bill to change the shall to may, and you made reference to a potential amendment related to the section that's completely crossed out. Would you be able to tell us a bit more about what's likely to be included in that amendment, just so that we know what we're considering at the moment?
Sure. So that paragraph that you see in bold was supposed to go into a different spot. So that would get moved. And this would all be restored. All that's crossed out would be restored. So it would go in 193-E2, E:2-A, and then Roman 2, and then we will have to renumber. So after Roman 2, it would be 2A, and then what is currently 2A would become 2B.
So is the question to be or not to be?
To be or not to be.
Can I write that in?
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So is it every instance where there's a shall or just a specific line that you were switching to may? I'm sorry, you didn't list them.
Oh, sorry. So that would be on line 27. school districts shall select new curriculum and materials.
And that,
So it's directing the district, saying that the districts would have to choose from the list that the department provides. So that's probably not a good thing since we're not doing, we don't want to have that mandate there. I still would like the department to provide that list though, because I think that would be excellent guidance.
Any further questions?
one more thought. Thank you.
Representative Murray?
Yeah, thank you.
Follow-up?
So would that take would that limit an exploration of a new curriculum that has efficacy behind it, has data behind it, and a local board or district from independently wanting to explore using that at the local level? If it's not on that list already?
I think so that list would just be a recommendation. They wouldn't have to go with that.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Representative Noble.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And Nate's coming up anyway.
Anne Marie Banfield?
For the record, Anne Marie Banfield. I am a parental rights advocate focused on excellence in education, and I do support this bill, and I do support changing that back to may versus shall. This is really up to the local schools to decide their curriculum. So the academic standards currently used in New Hampshire public schools were adopted about 15 to 20 years ago, and during that same period, all this time, student achievement nationwide has remained largely stagnant, in some cases declined. So after more than 16 years of implementation of, let's say, the Common Core, the next generation science standards, that has not really produced meaningful or sustained gains in student proficiency across the core academic subjects. And while New Hampshire students continue to outperform those in many other states, that relative success should not be mistaken for adequacy. The existing standards are not driving improvement, nor are they positioning students to compete at the highest academic levels. This is an area where bipartisan agreement should be possible, and I'm really hoping for that. Updating and strengthening academic standards, even if it requires a modest investment of taxpayer money, is a legitimate and worthwhile use of public funds. History shows this approach can work because prior to adopting Common Core, Massachusetts implemented rigorous content-rich standards. As a result, their students did rank at #1 in the country nationally and were competitive with the highest performing students internationally. So strong standards helped keep families in public schools by restoring confidence in the quality. New Hampshire should pursue the same goal. So students attending public schools deserve the same access to high quality education as students enrolled in private institutions. So I'm just going to present some problems that we have, and I did also choose the math standards. I was a math tutor for many years, so I see them up close and personal. So in the Common Core, it places students on a trajectory to Algebra 1 by 9th grade rather than 8th grade. And while some districts do accelerate students despite the standards, many do not. And as a result, students in these districts may be unable to compete or complete calculus in high school, limiting their competitiveness for selective STEM programs. This structural delay disproportionately harms public school students and restricts future academic opportunities. The mandate of multiple and confusing strategies is what I see a big problem with when it comes to these kids. They think they're stupid. They think they're dumb because they can't figure out a lot of these strategies. I do have an example that I will provide for you. My husband looked at it this morning and thought, what the heck are they doing? But this is multiple ways to divide, to do long division. And if you look at it, it's very different from the standard traditional algorithm. You can do it different ways. You might say, well, that's not, what's wrong with that? What I'm also going to give you is I'm going to give you a problem from algebra. It's polynomial long division. And if you don't know the standard algorithm, the way that most of us learned it, you're going to struggle once you get to algebra because you are required to know it when you do polynomial long division. So Common Core requires this instruction and multiple strategies. There is no pedagogical necessity for this requirement. The traditional algorithms are sufficient and effective as demonstrated by high-performing countries such as Singapore and Japan. Prior to Common Core, strong state standards required mastery of these traditional algorithms while allowing teachers discretion to introduce the alternatives if necessary. Mandating multiple approaches often creates confusion. I know this. It sends them straight to tutors. And if they don't have tutors, guess what? Those kids fall through the cracks. It slows instruction and it increases student frustration. That's when they call themselves dumb and stupid, and I've heard that, particularly for the ones who struggle academically. There's an overemphasis on communication at the expense of computation. The math standards place heavy emphasis on explaining reasoning in written form, often prioritizing language skills over mathematical competence. This disadvantages students who are English learners, students with communication challenges, and students with disabilities such as autism who may excel at computation but struggle to articulate explanations. Assessments should measure whether a student can do math, not whether they can write about it. Communication skills belong primarily in English language arts, not as the gatekeeper to math proficiency. This concern was articulated by Professor Stephen Wilson, PhD, he's at Johns Hopkins, in his critique of the Smarter Balanced Assessment, which was the first assessment used with the Common Core. He wrote, the consortium focuses on mathematical practices of the Common Core standards for mathematics at the expense of content. They outline plans to assess communication skills that have nothing to do with mathematical understanding. Another problem is Dr. James Milgram, a mathematician who served on the Common Core Math Standards Committee and refused to endorse the final product, documented significant deficiencies in his paper called Missing, Delayed, or Muddled Topics in Common Core Math Standards. He notes that Common Core does not require students to achieve automaticity in addition, subtraction, multiplication, or division. In these foundational algorithms in standard practice, this is required in foundational algorithms and standard practice in nearly all of the high-achieving countries. Yet Common Core does not require this for any core mathematical skill. This contributes to weak foundations and compounding errors in later grades. The lead author, the fifth one, the lead author of Common Core, Jason Zimba, was interviewed by NPR, where he described having to tutor his own children after their elite school adopted Common Core, which he characterized as subpar based on the curriculum that they chose. So more importantly, when asked about how Common Core prepares students for selective STEM colleges, he admitted that it does not. In effect, the standards were never designed to prepare students for the very opportunities many families aspire to, once again, placing public school students at a disadvantage. These examples represent only a fraction of the documented problems with Common Core standards. I can be up here for hours going through all of this, but we don't have that time, so I'm going to spare you that. School administrators routinely invest in instructional materials as part of the normal budget cycle. If districts must spend money, regardless if it is both reasonable and it should be reasonable and responsible to ensure that those purchases align with stronger high quality standards. And what I mean by that is we will look at this, is this going to cost the state money to do this? Yes, there's a fiscal note, and we need to note that. It is going to cost the schools money, but they're already doing professional development. They're already spending ungodly amounts of money on poor quality curriculum. If they're going to spend money, it would be nice if they had standards to align to good quality curriculum. And then finally, New Hampshire can do better, and it should. Updating the standards is not about politics or ideology. It's about quality, equity, and giving school students a fair chance to succeed. The New Hampshire 8th grade math scores peaked in the early 2010s and have been declining since. That 2010 is when we adopted the Common Core. And between 2019 and 24, average scores fell from 287 to 280, with an uptick from at 2022 to 2024, suggesting a stabilization. The state remains above the national average, but below its historic peak. There are numerous flaws in the English standards, as detailed in a report by Dr. Sandra Stotsky. I will send you this in an email with all the links, so if you would like to look at it yourself. Again, I can spend hours going through it, but I'm going to spare you that. Dr. Stotsky was one of the principal architects of the high-quality English standards developed in Massachusetts prior to Common Core. Those standards contributed to Massachusetts students consistently ranking near the top nationally on assessments such as the NAEP, and performing competitively with students in high-achieving jurisdictions, including Singapore. She was also on the English Common Core Validation Committee and refused to sign off on them because she knew what was coming, that they weren't good, they weren't quality enough. The next generation science standards were subject to substantial criticism and were regarded by many education experts as weaker than the Common Core standards. So the science standards are even worse. Proven high quality academic standards already exist and should be used as a benchmark in developing rigorous and effective standards in New Hampshire. And I do have a list of some of the issues with the next generation science standards. Again, I did not do this analysis. This comes from science teachers. Stan Metzenberg, PhD, professor of biology at California State University in California. He prepared an analysis of the NGSS for the state of Massachusetts and listed all kinds of issues with them. Pre-kindergarten to grade 8 and introductory high school courses have significant unacceptable gaps in science content, as well as some notable errors and inaccuracies. That is included. And I think that is it. I do like the idea of giving that sample curriculum list that she is adding to this. Again, I would agree that it should be may versus shall adopt from that list, but other states do that. They make sure that, because this can be difficult for a school. What do we use? What aligns with these standards? So giving a list can be certainly helpful. If you have any questions, I'm certainly open to that.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Call on Nate Green from the department.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Nate Green. I'm a division director with the New Hampshire Department of Education. I just want to touch on a couple of things with this bill, and then I'm happy to take any questions that the committee might have. With reference to some of the changes that were suggested as part of the amendment, I just want to be clear that we use standards two different ways within statute. So the paragraph that is struck out on this version that is being talked about putting back in, that references minimum standards. And that's different from the academic standards, which is what we're talking about here. So I think that's part of the correction that's happening there. The minimum standards are state regulations. Those are the ED 306s. They're under the authority of the State Board of Education. And they include a variety of different things, social studies, English, math, but also provisions around how many guidance counselors does a high school need to have, providing things relative to facilities and buildings and grounds. Academic standards, on the other hand, are things like the Common Core and the next generation standards. Those are required by the minimum standards, but they are not the minimum standards. So I just want to make sure that that clarification is out there, that those are two different things, but they're very much interrelated. And then just in terms of the state assessment, because that's probably where we would see the biggest impact beyond schools and districts adopting new curriculums or doing new teacher trainings for standards. We're required by the U.S. Department of Education to have state adopted standards and then to write our state assessments to those state adopted standards. And there are some pretty specific timelines that we would have to live within if this bill were to pass and go forward. I'm not taking any particular position on the bill itself here, but just want to provide some clarification around the way in which our state assessments and our standards go through approval processes. So obviously we would do, if we were to go through and do a standards revision, that would be done with content experts, with teachers, with stakeholders in the field. Those standards at a certain point would have to come to the State Board of Education and go through approval. And then that would kick off the requirement that we update our state assessment to then be reflective of whatever those new standards are. That update to a state assessment is probably a 2-year process. And then that also has to go through a peer review process through the U.S. Department of Education, where assessment experts from other states are gathered by the U.S. Department of Education. They review the work that New Hampshire has done, and then they sign off on that as well. Depending on the level of revisions to the standards, it does impact the cost of developing a new state assessment. So as a point of reference, the current state assessment is roughly about a $2.5 million annual cost to administer that. If we were to make minor revisions to the standards, likely that would result in minor revisions to a state assessment, and you're looking at a smaller cost, probably somewhere in the more moderate $200,000 to $500,000 range. If we were to wholesale adopt an entirely new set of standards that would require an entirely new state assessment, likely the development cost on the assessment side would be significantly higher, likely in the $1 to $2 million range for the development of that. Again, most of this really depends on the level of revision to those standards. We've seen different states go through different types of processes when they're looking at their state standards. You have some states where they've gone through their current set of standards and they identify some standards at different grade levels that they want to take out. They write some new standards that they want to see reflected in there. And that's generally considered more minor revisions versus if you adopt a new set of standards that doesn't necessarily reflect the current structure of those standards. And again, I'm not sure exactly what would come out at the end of this or what level of revision, but just sort of understand that there could potentially be a range of costs at the end of this project relative to what level of revision happens with the standards. And then I'm happy to take any questions that the committee has.
Any questions? Representative Hall. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So in terms of scheduling the different subject areas, it used to be, well, it's time for science, it's time for social studies. Is that how you envision this? Like a subject at a time, or, you're doing the math ones and you're going to do the social studies ones?
So Sure, yeah, thank you for the question. The current state assessment is math, ELA, and science. I know that previously, maybe this is 7 or 8 years ago, it could be a little bit more, there had been talk about, whether or not New Hampshire wanted to adopt a social studies test that were relative to those standards. I don't think that's part of this particular bill, but the way the test runs now, we have test windows, and so it generally opens up around the beginning of April and runs through about the end of May. And local school districts have the ability to select when they're going to test their kids within those 2 months. The test itself is a measure of what the students have learned during that grade level. So we recommend that schools don't necessarily test in the first week of April because you still have another month and a half of instruction that you could do with your students. As much as possible, sort of waiting towards the end of the test window. We do find that there tends to be more of an impact on math. So students who are testing later in the window with math tend to score a little bit better. With reading and writing, it doesn't seem to really matter if they're doing it at the beginning of April versus the end of May. But math instruction in particular does seem to impact that. But schools and districts have an ability to choose when within that 2-month window they're going to administer the test.
Okay, thank you. I think I must have not asked the right question. I wasn't actually talking about assessment. I was actually talking about the standards, or I was thinking about the actual standards, updating math standards, updating, the different standards, and not the assessment. Isn't that what this is?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So the bill itself would require a revision of the standards. And I guess the assessment is sort of part 2, that if we revise the standards, then we need to revise the state assessment. Those 2 things go hand in hand. So I guess I'm not sure. So when you talk about timing of the standards, Could you,
Well, maybe, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
this
yeah.
Paul,
yeah,
okay.
thank you.
Let's say, if, I mean, maybe I'm too old at this point, but it used to be time to update the math standard. And so we would go through updating it. And it wasn't my year, but my year is coming 2 years, and then we'll do the closer stuff. So do you see that as it being closer to going subject, or is this something that's all gonna happen once we're all gonna start revising everything?
If we were just looking at math and reading and writing and science, because of the impact to the state test, we would likely have to do all of it at once because the state contracts with vendors to provide the state testing. And so, for example, because we use the Common Core right now, the Common Core includes both math and reading and writing. And so, if we were to change one aspect of those standards, but not the other aspect of those standards, it likely would have a significantly higher cost because we'd have to work with the assessment vendors to keep some aspects of the assessment but revise other aspects. It'd be a little bit more difficult to do that. So I think if we do this, given the impact on state testing, it would likely have to be done all together for those 3 subjects.
Thank you, that was what I wanted to hear, or what the answer that I wanted to get.
Thank you.
Representative Selig?
Thank you so much, and thank you for taking my question. So in the analysis, it says that this bill requires the Department of Education to revise the statewide academic standards. Is that for all students in the state?
It is. So there is a conflict that exists. So the U.S. Department of Education requires every state to adopt state standards that are applicable to all students in the state. It is a requirement of receiving federal funds through the U.S. Department of Education. It's a requirement of Title $1, $2, $3, $4. And the reason is because we have a requirement to develop a statewide assessment. And so they want to ensure that the statewide assessment is measuring all students fairly and appropriately because all students are using those standards. 10 years ago, when the state adopted the Common Core standards, there was a provision in statute that said the state was going to adopt these standards, but local school districts could choose whether or not to use those standards. And so there has been a bit of a conflict between the federal requirements that everything is standardized and our state requirements, which creates a local choice option for districts to use those standards or to not use them. I will say the vast majority of school districts in the state use the current state adopted standards, and that's because the state test is tied to those standards. And so they want to ensure that they're teaching the students what the students are eventually going to see on that test.
Follow-up?
Thank you. So you talked about how it impacts the public schools in the state. Does it, if it's truly all students in the state, does it have any impact on students who are homeschooled, privately educated, or anything else? Or are they exempt from the all students in here?
So this particular section would just apply to public school students. That would include your traditional public school districts and chartered public schools. There's no requirement and really there's no authority that the Department of Education currently has over curriculum and assessment for private schools, for home education students. The authority really just extends to public schools and districts and chartered public schools.
Representative Hall?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question again. On lines 26 to 28, it says the department shall make available a list of high-quality curriculum and instructional materials based on whatever, the standards and whatever. But right now, do you do that? And right now, do you do that?
We do not, no. So historically, decisions around curriculum and instruction have been a local school district decision. There are some references that we could take a look at that I know exist within regulations that put the authority for curriculum and instruction with local school boards and with superintendents. So historically, that's where that authority has lain. There are a couple of reasons for that. One, the Department of Education doesn't really have a budget that's dedicated towards exploring curriculum and instruction, for evaluating materials, for making those available. So I think there's some resources the department would need to have that it hasn't historically had in order to do that kind of work. And then there's never been a mandate in New Hampshire that if the Department of Education were to do that work, school districts would have to use it. So I think there's always been a kind of a cost benefit analysis in the past of, we know that school districts are doing this work already. We don't necessarily have the content expertise historically to do that. And so it's really been a local decision. I think, if this bill were to pass, we would have to explore what the Department of Education would need in order to identify those types of curriculum and instructional methods that the department could then recommend out to local schools and districts.
Thank you.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for taking my question. So in some of the things that I'm looking at in the cost categories of the fiscal note, I'm also looking at the amount of things that are being evaluated inside of the descriptions in those fiscal years. And so I'm curious to know, you said this was likely a 2-year process, but I am curious with for example, districts who adopt rubrics for their instructional materials for assessment, whether it's teacher assessments or student-led assessments and rubrics for projects. That's a quite lengthy process to go through and tie those rubrics then, and usually it's like district-wide or implemented, where they will tie the rubric to a certain standard and say this content area is pursuant to whatever standard it is. So do you think this is all of this is achievable in 2 years?
Thank you for the question. No, so when I talk about 2 years, I'm really just talking about the standards revision process itself. There's going to be a significant amount of work that would have to occur beyond that, both in then revising the test blueprints, constructing the blueprints. There's going to have to be pretty significant training and staff development, professional development. Districts are going to want to start looking at the current curriculum that they're using, their current instructional methods, adopting potentially new curriculum, working with their teachers to do professional development. And most of that is not going to be able to occur until after they know what the new standards would be. So it's really, I think it's the first 2 years is just getting to a set of revised standards. And then you're still going to have probably several years of work to do after that in making sure it's being implemented appropriately in the state.
Representative Salad?
Thank you so much. If this bill were amended just to update the standards, is that necessary, or is that already part of the 306 rules process?
So the 306s refer to the standards in that the minimum standards require that schools teach math, for example, and require that school districts in teaching math are in some way using the state adopted standards. So there isn't necessarily within the 306s that requirement for revising those standards. It's just a reference to the standards. Creating a 10-year process is likely a smart idea. We know that standards change over time. We know that new methods of instruction and curriculum are developed. So I think the 10-year cycle makes sense, but it's not necessarily called out in that way within the minimum standards.
Follow-up?
So if this bill simply said to update the standards every 10 years as a streamlined thing, that would be easier than some of the extra things that are added?
I think it probably depends on the intention of what the committee is looking to do.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I call on Caitlin Bernier.
Good morning. Thank you for taking my testimony today. My name is Caitlin Bernier, and I live in Merrimack, where I am a avid community member. I am on the school budget committee. I am on the school planning and building committee. I've been on many PTOs and am very involved in schools and what's going on in my children and our community's lives. I'm here today to speak in opposition of HB 1571. The way I read this and look at it, we already have academic standards, we have a curriculum framework, we have the minimum standards currently exist, and school districts are looking at what they have for their curriculum as, you know, when they look at their budgets and before they do their budgets to see how much it's going to cost. The previous speaker spoke to how PD, professional development, is something that is, you know, like an added a cost and things that people think about. So we're already looking at our curriculum. Mandating a curriculum is restricting what local school districts are allowed to improve on. The first speaker spoke in depth about math, but I kind of wanted to shift the focus to reading and English language arts. From my experience in the Merrimack School District, about 4-ish years ago, our school district had seen how low and how scores were not improving in reading. And I know math is still a thing, that's our next, but tackle one thing at a time. So they tackled reading and we took on new curriculum. And that was not a one that was on a list that we had to pick from. So this was the school decided that this was what was important for our community, and the community members all agreed that we were going to invest in a different curriculum and a different way of educating all of our students with reading. And over the past few years, we have seen incredible progress now that we have all of our schools doing the same curriculum on the same page, everybody's getting the professional development that they've needed. We are above the state average significantly. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but and we have had a steady increase in our reading scores because on a local level, we decided that this was what we were going to focus on. If we were to put something like this in place, you are restricting what our local districts are able to prioritize as something that they want to improve on. And I think that that is not fair to our communities, and it's kind of taking that local control away. We are not getting funded for this statewide mandate of a curriculum. So this would have a large cost to districts, not just the professional development, but the curriculum itself. I don't know how much you guys have looked at different curriculums, but a lot of them come with subscriptions now that cost a lot of money, like hundreds of thousands of dollars. And this is something that we don't really have all that much control over, except for at a local level, you can decide what you want to do for the subscription. So if you're paying for a math subscription that isn't working over and over again, right? Like, wouldn't you pilot a new curriculum and then take that on and spend the money and the cost that way? That would be something that a local district would want to make a decision because that's what their community and their students are struggling with. So it was reading for us, and we've made a lot of great progress with that before, and now we're going to be looking at math. If something like this were to be put in place, it would mean that we wouldn't be able to look at all the different possibilities that we wanted to, and it would add a substantial financial cost to our local school districts when property taxpayers are already saying that they are at their max. So you would be forcing them, and they wouldn't be able to have a budget committee that said, we don't want to spend money on this subscription. They would have to do it because you're mandating it, but you're not funding it. And we already have a lot of unfunded mandates. So another one would not be helpful for our local schools. I agree that we should make improvements and progress, and that I don't love our math standards myself because I can't teach my kids math anymore because I didn't learn it that way. But I don't think that the state coming in and saying we are deciding how you are all going to do it is the right thing when the communities have always had this local control, and it's not really your place to take it away from them. Thank you for listening to my testimony, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Representative Balboni. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my questions. I served on my local school board for 9 years, and I know a little bit about what it takes to institute a new curriculum, what goes into the review of a curriculum, and how long it takes to do that. You alluded a little bit to the costs, but I'm also curious. I know when we did it, you spoke about piloting programs, which is always the first step. And then once you get in, you choose it, you pilot through for one grade. But can you, because you're in it right now, could you at least speak to that process and the cost? And is there anything that you, with the current law being what it is,
would have prohibit you from upgrading your curriculum and choosing what works best for your students?
Thank you for the question, and thank you for serving in your town. The way it is now, and if it was not changed, it did not restrict us in being able to go through the piloting process for reading. A few years ago, it gave us the ability to move the money that you have, because you have professional development, and there's specific professional development that is within teacher contracts that like you can't touch because they're like specific lines that go with certain things, but then there's other lines that you can put in certain amounts. So it's like $200,000 at least for if you're doing just like, you know, a couple grades at a time. And if you have a larger school district like we have, that has, you know, enormous costs to it. We are using Wit and Wisdom, which is a great program for our upper elementary, well, elementary, but upper and middle school as well. And that's more the comprehension part. So not really teaching you how to read, but the comprehension. And that has, I think it's 250,000 to start that. And then you have the consumables every single year. So these are added costs, but the benefit, right? Because that's, I mean, you want to look at like, what are we getting out of this? Is that our students are not just learning how to read, but they're reading things in 5th grade that maybe high schoolers, you know, a few years ago were reading, and they're able to comprehend it. So they're going to continue to bring more knowledge and bring more to our community and our, you know, our society with those kinds of things. But it is a large cost upfront. And then you have the costs every year to maintain it. If it were to change, we would only be able to pick from whatever the list that they give us. And if that didn't fit our needs, then we're just out of luck.
Please follow up. Yeah, quick follow up. So, are there alternative sources for your district to get funding for a curriculum change like that? Does the state provide money? Are there grants available to do such a thing?
So we have the Title I. We do have a couple grants that we are doing. The 603 literacy grant, I believe. So we have a few grants and things, and we always look into any of those, of course, because that is, you know, you don't want to add cost and increase anything. But we do look into all the grants and any of the Title I options that there are before, and also for any professional development, like letters at one point was free. That was great. We definitely capitalized on the New Hampshire having letters training for free, and that helped a lot of different educators be able to get that. So yes, we do utilize those.
Representative Dry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Are you aware at the beginning it was announced that the amendment's coming that's going to change that shall to a may? Did you hear that?
No, I think I might have come in late for that, but I did note in my notes that having it changed from a shall to a may would be great, because it would not force people to have to make a change that they don't think is the one for them at that time.
That would have been my
Yes.
second question. Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you very much. And if you have any of those unfunded or funded mandates that are burdensome to your school district, please send them to the committee. We would love to take a look at what we can eliminate. So thank you very
Absolutely.
much.
Yes, thank you.
With that, I end the hearing on House Bill 1571. We will be taking a break to caucus and meet with our respective caucuses until we come back for an executive session.
You're all set?
I am all set now.
We will open the executive session on HB 1055, granting the State Board of Education rulemaking authority relative to student use of cell phones and personal communication devices in schools. And I recognize Representative Petronel for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1055.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any discussion from Representative Petronel?
Yes, thank you very much. I move ITL on 1055 because it grants broad rulemaking authority to the State Board of Education. And when the cell phone ban was passed, the statute sends policymaking authority to the local school districts. So therefore, I do not see this as necessary at this moment in time.
Any discussion from the second?
No, thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with the motion maker 100%.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, the motion is ITL.
Representative Petronel,
Yes.
Representative Geisen,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Madam Clerk, yes. Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Labrie,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Hall, yes. Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Kluger,
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass.
Yes.
Don't forget your chair.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
15 yeas, 0 nays. Is it 16? I'm sorry. 1, 2. That's right, because I added the chair. Please have some patience with the clerk, as she's never been a clerk. I would appreciate it. Thank you.
And that will be on consent?
Consent.
All set?
I think so.
Close the executive session on that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I am.
We will open the executive session on HB 1077, including domestic violence prevention as a wellness subject to be taught to pupils. And I recognize Representative Freeman for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move inexpedient to legislate.
Is there a second? Any discussion from the first?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, as a state, we take a hands-off approach to dictating curriculum. And given that districts are free to include this in their health education classes presently, this legislation may present some unanticipated consequences. For these reasons, I recommend the inexpedient to legislate.
Any discussion from the second?
I would only add that interpersonal relationships is already written in law, and I had this kind of education even in the 90s when I was there.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, the
Oh,
motion
yeah,
is
me again.
ITL.
Oh, yeah, me
Yep,
again.
you again.
Representative Petronel,
Yes.
Representative Geisen,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
the clerk, yes. Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Labrie,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Hall, yes. Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Kluger,
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass.
Yes.
16-0. I got it this time. It's 16.
You forgot. your
Oh,
chair.
I did it again. Oh my God.
She doesn't want me to participate
Ma-
today.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. Your name should be on the bottom, not on the top. 16-0. Motion passes. Consent?
Okay. That concludes the executive session on 1077.
Again? That's not me, that's her. Oh, yeah, I'm ready. Yes.
We'll open the executive session on HB 1122, requiring all high school students to complete a hunter safety course. And I recognize Representative Petronel for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move ITL on House Bill 1122.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any discussion from the maker of the motion?
Yes, thank you very much. This bill is a mandate on public education, which would require high school students to learn about hunting, wildlife management, and responsible firearms usage. I personally have no issue with this being taught in schools. However, this has been permitted since 1953 and one of the most beautifully written single lines of statute that I have ever seen. And we, as the bill is written, it requires significant funding for this program to be mandated in the schools to the tune of 1% of the proceeds deposited into the Education Trust Fund, which would be in the tens of millions of dollars. So this would, this bill as written would expand the definition of an adequate education and would require the Department of Education and the Fish and Game Commission to collaborate on policy approval and curriculum guidelines. The prime sponsor did come back with an amendment in an attempt to make this bill a little bit more palatable. Unfortunately, it was still a mandate. And we had testimony from Prospect Mountain School District that this course is an option for their students and that it was not difficult to implement at all under the existing law. So for those reasons, I urge you to support ITL on House Bill 1122.
Anything from the second?
No, thank you, Madam Chair. I think Representative Pettinel illustrated it quite well.
Any other discussion? Representative Hall?
Thank you. I just wanted to say, in that testimony, we heard a lot about Bo High's program and how great it was. And I just wanted to say that was a summer 2-week program. It was when I asked the question, is it an elective? And they said, yes, it's not, it's a summer program. It's not part of their, they can get credit for it, but it's held during the summer. So I think it was a little misinformation that we received. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, the motion is ITL.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I won't forget you this time. Representative Pettinel,
Yes.
Representative Geisen,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Friedman votes yes. Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Labrie,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yep.
Representative Kluger,
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
16-0.
Consent?
Think so? Consent.
And we'll close the executive session on 1122.
Yeah, 1492. I'm on. Game on.
We'll open the executive session on HB 1493 FN relative to health education and requiring pupils to view certain videos demonstrating gestational development of the heart, brain, and other vital organs. And I recognize Representative Petronel for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move ITL on House Bill 1493.
Is there a second? Any discussion from the maker of the motion?
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to commend the sponsor of this bill because it's a topic that means a lot to him and he continually brings this forward. However, this bill is a mandate, yet another mandate on public education, and we really don't need to continue to add burden to our overly burdened public educators. However, I do want to, again, thank the sponsor. The video that prompted his proposal is from an organization called Live Action, and it is this beautiful video of a baby from fertilization to birth. And it's only 3 minutes long, and it's available on liveaction.org if you just do a search for the baby Olivia. And in addition, because this is a mandate, I want to make a point that these things are optional in school. This is science, this is basic biology. And I actually, since books aren't banned in public schools, there's a book from 1966 called A Child is Born by Leonard Nielsen, which basically is the same as the video with all of the same material. So the science really hasn't changed since that book was presented. So I would highly recommend that public schools have that book available, maybe even on display in their libraries. But unfortunately, this is a mandate. So regardless of the subject matter, I would like you to support ITL on House Bill 1493.
Thank you. Anything from the second?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just add that while I personally have no problem with the concept of having students watch a gestational video of biology, basic biology, the manner in which the bill is written does appear to introduce a whole much broader category than just that, and I think that's far excessive.
Any other discussion? Representative Hall.
Thank you. I watched that video, and I would not say it's highly scientific, and I would certainly say the propaganda. So I wouldn't support the video in and of itself. I thought it was unbelievable, quite frankly. I would, as an educator, I would not show that to my students, and I would not want my students to see that. Thank you.
Representative Selig.
Thank you so much. And while I commend the decision to ITL another unfunded mandate and pressure on our schools, I would also say that I spoke with the health educators from my district and a few others who teach child development, and the process, the scientifically documented process from gestation, from fertilization through gestation, is taught as part of that curriculum already. And so adding additional specific things to that is unnecessary because it's already available and part of the curriculum. I did also show this video to my child who was in that course at the time, who was, her first comment was it wasn't accurate to the scientific information. And thank you.
Any other discussion? Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a sensitive topic for many, as we all know, and it comes to, for a lot of people, including myself, a decision of conscience. And for those reasons, I cannot vote against the bill and support the motion. So even if I stand alone, I have to stand for this one. Thank you.
Good. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, the motion is ITL.
Representative Pettinal,
Yes.
Representative Geisen,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Freeman, yes. Representative McDonald,
No.
Representative Labrie,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Kluger,
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
16-0. Consent? Oh,
15-1.
oh.
When's our clerk coming back?
Imagine if you were stuck with me. I stand corrected 15-1. Thank you for correcting me. Consent?
Okay. We'll close the executive session on 1493. We'll open the executive session on HB 1524 FN, requiring a logic and critical thinking course within the state high school education curriculum, and I recognize Representative Belcher for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move ITL.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion from the maker of the motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, and let me just first address the fact that I am not against logic and critical thinking. And I just want to point out that the title of this bill is entirely a misnomer. This bill does not actually require a logic and critical thinking course. What it does, if you read the bill, is actually it requires computer use and digital literacy be taught in the already existing fields of logic and rhetoric. It's another mandate, and personally, I have some problem with what is being mandated here. Thank you.
Any discussion from the second?
No, thank you.
Any other discussion? Representative Cornell.
I just want to say that it's already mandated that critical thinking be embedded into other classes, almost every class that's required in high school. So I think this is already done and would be redundant in another mandate.
Representative Balboni.
Oh, thank you. And I just want to add to what Representative Cornell said, that when Nate Green was here from the department, he mentioned that there is a one-half course requirement that has been added for the 26-27 school year in logic and rhetoric. So I think it is being handled in the schools already.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, the motion is ITL.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Pardonell.
Yes.
Representative Geisen.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Freeman, yes. Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Labrie.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Germana.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Selig.
Yes.
Representative Kluger.
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
16-0. Did I get it right this time? Consent?
Close the executive session on 1524. Well, where is it? We will open the executive session on House Bill 1628, requiring schools to provide excused absences for certain religious instruction, defining release time courses, and permitting schools to adopt policies and provide credit for release time courses. And I recognize Representative Peternell for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move ITL.
Is there a second? Representative Murray seconds. Any discussion from the maker of the motion?
Yes, thank you very much. Again, regardless of the subject matter, this is yet another mandate on public education. And we heard from an organization, and I went on Angel Studios, and I did watch their video called, oh shoot, I can't remember the name of it, during school hours or something to that effect. And I watched it. And again, regardless of the subject matter, I really believe that this is a piece of legislation that is actually attempting to create a problem that doesn't actually exist right now. And I would imagine that after all of the years that we have not had religious education in public schools, that most of the religious institutions have managed to work around the regular public school day. So for those reasons, I support ITL.
Any comments from a second?
No, but thank you very much. I concur with Representative Peternell.
Any other discussion? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, the motion is ITL.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Geisen.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Freeman, yes. Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Labrie.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Germana.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Selig.
Yes.
Representative Kluger.
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
16-0. Consent?
Yep. That's it. Close the executive session on 1628. So I think maybe we should take lunch now and regroup. Hopefully my members come back, and especially my clerk.
there. Okay, it's all right. I'll remember. I know. Yeah, exactly. All right, it's okay.
Madam Chair, do you have an over under on what time we'll likely finish tomorrow? Just, I had to reschedule several appointments, so I'm trying to. I think the last one's. Okay.
Probably one.
I'm gonna leave these for Margaret because I don't know nothing. I'm trying. I really am. I'm trying.
We will open the executive session on HB 1731 FN relative to the creation of an educational opportunities information system, and I will recognize myself for a motion of ITL. And is there a second? Thank you. I do think that this is a good idea, but I am hesitant to send another big ticket item when we have a couple of other bills that I think are higher priority than this. And that's it. Any other discussion?
No, I think you said it well.
Okay.
No, I think you said it well. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Selig.
Thank you so much. I just want to say, I think also, in case the public isn't aware, if they're looking to buy a house, real estate agents have access to pretty much all of this information as well.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, the motion is ITL.
Vice Chairman Petronell,
Yes.
Representative Giason,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Shields, Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative LaBrie,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Not here.
who's not here, Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Kluger,
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass,
Yes.
Chairman Noble.
Yes.
16 yeas, 0 nays.
Consent? Yes. Okay. Close the executive session on 1731. We'll open the executive session on House Bill 1808 FN, establishing the position of academic research and improvement performance data analyst in the Department of Education and making an appropriation therefore. And I recognize Representative Petronell for a motion.
Thank you. I move ought to pass.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any discussion from the maker of the motion?
Yes, thank you. The Academic Research and Improvement Performance Data Analyst will be collecting and analyzing statewide assessment data to measure student progress, evaluate program and instructional effectiveness, guide curriculum and instructional development, and influence resource allocations and promote accountability. This will assist school district educators in the effective use of data to drive and improve education decision-making. The analyst will also be using data-driven decision-making to collect and analyze data and utilize the information for school improvement. This will assist both districts and the department to make recommendation for improvement.
Anything from the second?
No, thank you.
Any other discussion? Representative Hall.
Thank you. I think the position is really important. I do think it is. It has a high price tag. I'm going to go ahead. I'll be voting for it. But I am concerned about the money since we don't have any money. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, the motion is OTP.
Vice Chairman Petronell,
Yes.
Representative Giason,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative LaBrie,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Kluger,
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass, Chairman Noble.
Yes.
17 yeas, 0 nays.
Consent? We'll close the executive session on 1808. We'll open the executive session on House Bill 1819 relative to the review of education freedom account service providers, and I look to Representative Belcher for a motion.
Sorry, Madam Chair, can you repeat the bill number? I didn't catch it.
1819.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move ITL.
Is there a second?
I'll second that. I will second that.
Any discussion from the maker of the motion?
Yes, 1 second, pull my notes up, sorry. So 1819, I note, it appears to have a bit of a technical error in drafting. First of all, it would appear that it looks to import all state and federal anti-discrimination laws, not even just those narrowly tailored to the education field. It's not entirely clear whether that would strip existing exemptions from religious schools that are currently participating and receiving, for instance, EFA students and others, whether they would be able to continue to exercise their First Amendment rights has been vindicated by SCOTUS multiple times. Therefore, I would have to recommend ITL. Thank you.
Anything from the second?
Thank you. I think it's already in the law that they have to comply with non-discriminatory laws, but I do agree with that. There is not a clause about special exceptions, and for that reason, I would vote ITL.
Any other discussion? Representative Selig?
I just would say, I think that I accept that we need to not pass this bill as it's written. I think the intention is correct, that we should be looking for ways to prevent discrimination in all its forms.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, the motion is ITL.
Vice Chairman Noble. Oh, that's the last year. Vice Chairman Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Giason.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative LaBrie.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Germana.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Selig.
Yes.
Representative Kluger.
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass.
Yes.
And Chairman Noble.
Yes.
17 yeas, 0 nays.
Consent, I'm assuming. We'll close the executive session on 1819. We'll open the executive session on House Bill 1830 requiring firearm safety education in all public schools, and I recognize Representative Petronel for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move ITL.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Discussion from the maker of the motion.
Yes, thank you very much. This bill is another mandate on public education, and this one is an unfunded mandate. However, there is an indeterminable cost to local districts as it is written. It requires the Department of Education to provide curriculum material at no cost to each school district. Also requires collaboration between the Department of Education and the Department of Safety to develop the program. We know that there are more than enough academic mandates and numerous other mandates on our local school districts. And in addition, the prime sponsor was not here to introduce the bill. And so we did receive minimal information, but I urge you to support ITL.
Anything from the second?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. While I do agree with Representative Petronel's assessment of more mandates on schools, I think it is extremely important that every child understand what firearm safety looks like. However, I believe that is the responsibility of the parents and not the school districts. So for those reasons, I will be supporting the ITL.
Any other discussion? Representative Nato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to say that a pro Second Amendment, and this is not, my vote will not be against the Second Amendment, but for the mandate and the cost and all associated, I think it is up to the parent to actually take care of that with their own child. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I reflect those sentiments as well. And I would ask that based on some of the conversations, would it be possible to try to ask the Department of Ed just to put out some advisory to notify like the Department of Fish and Game that they can submit their Hunter Ed program for consideration under the Learn Everywhere program?
Yes, I think that's a good idea, actually. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, the motion is ITL.
Vice Chairman Petronel.
Yes.
Representative Geisen.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative LaBrie.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Germana.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Selig.
Yes.
Representative Kluger.
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass.
Yes.
And Chairman Noble.
Yes.
17 yeas, 0 nays.
Executive session on 1830. Consent. Yeah.
Give me a sheet back. They haven't said yet. I have no idea.
We'll open the executive session on House Bill 1267, prohibiting school district attorneys and non-school personnel from questioning students without their parent or guardian present. And I recognize Representative Litchfield for a motion.
The motion is ought to pass.
Second?
Any discussion from the maker of the motion?
Yes, thank you. This bill requires school boards to develop and adopt a policy to prevent the questioning of minor students by non-school employees and certain school employees without prior written permission of the parents or guardians. And such policy shall require that an adult student be asked if they want their parents or guardians notified before any such questioning.
Anything from the second?
Yes, thank you. We heard testimony yesterday of several students being removed from class during instructional time for the purpose of these interviews. At best, it's disruptive to learning in some cases. It can be harmful to student well being because students may feel scared and confused, and reasonably so given the circumstances. So it's important we find the balance between exercising caution and interviewing students who may have valuable input in some types of investigations. The bill finds the balance by allowing these interviews to occur as long as parents or guardians provide written consent beforehand. And we feel this is appropriate with the exception for legitimate child welfare inquiry, which is defined in another chapter of law. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, the motion is OTP.
Vice Chairman Petronel,
Yes.
Representative Geisen,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Labrie,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
No.
Representative Kluger,
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass,
Yes.
and Chairman Noble.
Yes.
16 yeas, 1 nay.
Consent? Close the executive session on HB 1267. We will open the executive session on House Bill 1129, authorizing superintendents or their designee to allow limited use of personal laptops and tablets in schools and establishing that such use is exempted under school cell phone use policies. And I recognize Representative Belcher for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move ITL.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion from the maker of the motion.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I think the fear we have with this bill is the introduction of personal electronics into the school environment could pose a considerable risk in cyber safety and privacy to both the school networks and the individual students, because they're not uniform necessarily in standards across the network. Further, it's entirely possible that these devices, even if not connected to the internet, could have content on them that could be very disruptive in a school environment. For those reasons, I recommend ITL.
Anything from the second?
No, nothing, thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion? Representative Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this bill authorizes it gives superintendents the right to have the kids use laptops and tablets in schools. This is what's happening right now. You know, the cell phone bill is purportedly, working great. So when the law says shall prohibit all personal electronic devices, laptops and tablets are personal electronic devices, period. So it says shall prohibit all. So the DOE came out because there was a problem. Superintendents are like, wait a minute, we don't have the one-to-one in our school, unfunded mandate. And so the DOE said, oh, we didn't really think about this problem, which they should have, I think, but they didn't think about the problem. So we're going to send out a technical advisory. Here's a definition of a device. Clearly, tablets and laptops are part of that definition. And then it says, oh, but by the way, you can use laptops and tablets if the superintendent says it's okay. So this bill clearly matches what the technical advisory said. The technical advisory, when Elizabeth Brown came in from the DOE legal counsel, and she said, the bill clarifies the technical advisory. It aligns leaving the discretion to develop policies related to laptops and tablets to the superintendent. So they match up. So I personally am concerned about the DOE is changing the law and saying, well, you can do it. So it is happening in schools right now. So I think this bill is necessary to match what's happening and to say what it is that we really mean. So I will be voting against it. For it. For it. Yeah, against the ITL, but
There
yeah,
you go.
I was right the first time.
Any other
Thank you.
discussion? Representative Kluger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Representative Hall, and also I wanted to state that I have received a lot of comments in Nashua concerning students not being able, to use their laptops that classroom teachers were hoping and relying on. That would include the Academy of Science and Design.
Any other comments? Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would just respond to the DOE issue that it seems to me that based on the law that already went through this legislature prohibiting electronic devices, perhaps they've made a misstatement or an error by circumventing part of that policy, and by taking a statement as a House, if we were to vote this down, it would send a rather strong signal, I believe, to the DOE that they perhaps should correct the rulemaking.
Any other comments? Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too have heard from various stakeholders, parents and community members alike, that there is a desire to ensure that there's an ability for the use of personal laptops or Chromebooks in the event that there's ELO opportunities that are existing throughout the day where they need to have access to programs that are specific to those, and then they're coming back into the classroom for certain parts of the day for other things. So I also agree with Representative Hall, the one-to-one compliance issue in many districts across the state is not fully met everywhere. So it does make it challenging to ensure that those devices are available to learners.
Representative Germano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just briefly would like to say I think this is a case where really a one-size-fits-all model is not appropriate. Our schools are very, very different demographically, geographically, and the needs are very different across school districts. So to have a one-size-fits-all policy, I think in this case is not in the interests of New Hampshire school children. Thank you.
Any other comments? Representative Selig.
Thank you. I just would say that I know that when my daughter was a senior, her use of her personal device was essential for her to be able to complete her ELO, and she would do that and meet with the ELO supervisor at school with her personal device to go through the different kinds of things that she needed. And with this bill, she wouldn't be able to still do that, and it would have made it impossible for her to complete her ELO requirements.
Representative Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question. If I could ask a question of Representative Belcher. I'll do that. So going forward, do you think that, so right now laptops and tablets are allowed in school if it's superintendent approved. So going forward, do you think that that should just go away? And it should be strictly everything prohibited?
Thank you for the question. I think that is the only reasonable interpretation that the law that is already on the books says. Yes.
So we agree on something. Thank you. That's the first.
Any other comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, the motion is ITL.
Vice Chairman Petronell.
Yes.
Representative Giason.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative LaBrie.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Murray.
No on the ITL.
Representative Germana.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Selig.
No.
Representative Kluger.
No.
Representative Snodgrass.
No.
And Chairman Noble.
Yes.
10 yeas, 8 nays.
We will close the executive session on House Bill 1129.
Yeah.
Who's the vote on that?
12 to 8. That was 12 to 8.
Oh, this one was good.
Yeah. Okay, I just want to have a discussion on the amendment that we just got for 1571. So they did take out all the stuff that was crossed out. It made the new language as Roman 2B, which I think I told them to do Roman 2A and then renumber. But is it a big deal? I know. Okay, yep.
If you don't mind, Madam Chair. was curious because you had it beginning June 2026, but you have the effective date upon passage. So was that an
I think I didn't want to mess with the dates in here because I think once it goes to finance, that it's possible that they would have to change something. So I just kind of left that alone. So the page number in the red book is 584. Where that, yes. So what I had asked them to do was to make this 2A, but I don't know if it is it a really big deal? Yeah, I was trying to make this new language 2A and then renumber the other one, but I don't know if that's a really big deal or.
There's nothing below.
No, there's nothing below that. Just the,
It would just change A and B.
yeah, right. It like swap them, which didn't happen. So I need your opinion to tell me if that's a big deal or not.
Does it change anything? I mean, if it's different.
It's
order?
there. If I don't know if it matters if it's in a different order. It doesn't seem like it would, but
Are they two standalone paragraphs? That's good.
sure. Yeah, right. Right. I didn't come up with. Nate gave me the yeah. But yes, I want to make sure that. I think it's everything else is okay. The shall was turned to may. I think that was. We can. I was just hoping to get one off our plate, especially in Earlyville. Okay. Jen, to see if it had any kind of like legal implications on the. I think we'll just hold this until Monday. I mean, if she comes in and says it's not a big deal, then. Okay. Okay. I mean, it doesn't hurt to ask. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Okay, we can move on to something else while we wait.
Oregon, stay out.
That's it. We'll open the executive session on House Bill 1264, increasing the requirements of the Education Freedom Savings Account Oversight Committee and modifying the purpose of the committee. And I recognize Representative Petronel for a motion.
Thank you. I move ought to pass. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I move ITL.
We didn't have a second.
I wanted to pass something today.
Is there a second? Representative Belcher is Representative Belcher second.
Okay.
1264. Any discussion from the maker of the motion?
Yes, thank you. The purpose of the Legislative Oversight Committee is to review aggregate outcomes, evaluate fiscal integrity, and recommend statutory changes, all tasks that the committee is currently performing. And this bill would increase the requirements of the Education Freedom Account oversight by requiring the review of student data, eligibility requirements, and EFA expenditures. It would mandate video reporting and web posting of the meetings and post all agendas and meetings on the department website. However, these additional requirements are duplicative and unnecessary. Video recordings are at the will of the chair, and in this situation might not be prudent at all times in order to protect potentially identifying student information for students. And to that effect, I did speak with our chief of staff about the policy related to videoing legislative oversight committees in general and oversight committees, and there are so many that the IT department can't keep up with them all. So in order for them to be recorded, it is at the will of the chair to request that that be done. And it is my understanding that the chairman of the Legislative Oversight Committee has requested that that be done for this committee. The agenda and meeting minutes are posted on the general court website, and they are accessible to the public. And reviewing student data and eligibility would be in the purview of the legislative budget assistant or an independent audit, but not necessarily the legislature. And in addition, I believe the bill wanted to increase the meetings to monthly, and that kind of makes it hard for the committee to have a little more leeway in terms of determining what they need to do when they might need to address other situations that arise.
Anything from the second? Any other discussion? Representative Murray? Oh, Representative Balboni.
I will not be voting in favor of the ITL motion. Representative Petronel mentioned some things, and I just want to clarify that the Legislative Oversight Committee actually was not performing its oversight function for an entire year, which is the impetus for bringing this bill forward. So if it is entirely at the will of the chair, whether or not the committee meets, the same thing could happen again. Currently, she is correct that the current chair has agreed to live stream the meetings. Last time I checked, the minutes were not on the general court website. So, or the agendas. So it does have the meeting date. So if that is the case, if it's there, great. I have actually been doing some research on other statutory and study committees, and there's a great range at which ones decide to live stream and which ones decide to post that. This is a committee, and this is a program that is of great interest to the public. There's a lot of money going to it, taxpayer money, and I feel that it's important to have some kind of consistency and not have this be at the whim of the current chair of the committee. As I mentioned before, this oversight committee had one chair for one meeting, and it was that chair. There was a motion to vacate. So there is no certainty right now in the committee by actually putting this in law. Then we actually would know that the committee is meeting to fulfill its legislative duty. In regard to the expansion of the oversight committee's duties, it was more of a clarification. There seems to be some, you can read in current statute, take it narrowly or take it broader. viewpoint. We do, past committees have looked at eligibility. The last meeting that I attended, looking at educational attainment, some of those things are there. By actually putting it in the statute, it means that it will occur on a regular basis. I feel that this legislation is very important for transparency and accountability to the public. Thank you.
Representative Dry.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I understand that the committee did not meet last year but once, but I don't think we need to overcompensate by doing it at a minimum every month. That means you could meet a couple of times a month. And looking at the representatives and the Senate that make it up and knowing what commitment it is to do these kind of things, I think that's really overextending. And that's why I'm voting against it.
Representative Murray.
And I appreciate all of the thoughts and impact, around the conversation. But I also want to point out, I understood that I heard conversation about student data and privacy, and federal law already beholds the state and all of the aggregate data to be anonymous. So I want to make sure that we're just operating under the same understanding there, that any of that data within the department and that is in that sort of oversight realm is already having to, I think, adhere to FERPA laws. So, in fact, I know.
Representative Selig.
Thank you. And I think I would just add, we talk a lot about fiscal responsibility as a state and as a government entity. And so having oversight over where our money is going, I think, is important. I respect the concept that once a month might be too much, but it could easily be amended to be quarterly, for example, at least once a quarter. Because if we think about businesses, for example, they evaluate their finances every quarter and report them out. And so there's ways to very simply amend this bill that would make it not as burdensome as a monthly meeting, but would still keep accountability and keep things in a way that are meaningful so that our taxpayer money isn't ending up being spent on Hershey bars or something like that rather than on true educational purposes.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to help clarify a little bit on the privacy issue that comes up because I did a lot of research into that. And yes, you would think that such things would be, as personally identifiable information, financial stuff like that, would be protected both by state and federal law. They are, but FERPA has a carve out for state level officials and authorities who are involved in oversight functions that would not protect personally identifiable information. And because this committee is an official body made up of people like us who are officials, there would be not necessarily any FERPA protection for PII in that committee.
Any other comments? Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did circulate an amendment to the committee and on the hopes that perhaps we could get to an OTP with an amendment. That amendment actually covered what Representative Belcher was talking about and specified that the intent is for aggregate data. There is no need to get into personal data of students, and that is not the intent. The intent is to get general data that can inform the committee to do its job, which is to perform and the function of making legislative recommendations to improve the program. Thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, the motion is ITL.
Vice Chairman Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Guyson.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative LaBrie.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Germana.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Selig.
No.
Representative Kluger.
No.
Representative Snodgrass.
No.
Chairman Noble.
Yes.
10 yeas, 8 nays.
You need a motion, and who's writing the report? Representative Balboni writing the report?
And can we go back to this one? And she was 10 to 8, so there's a couple of programs.
11:29. Who's writing the report?
Me?
Oh,
No,
oh, wait,
No.
11:29?
the minority is 10
Oh,
to
the
8.
minority. Oh. Representative Hall. We'll open the executive session on House Bill 1573, permitting excused absences for students participating in civic engagement or attending a career or technical education event. And I recognize Representative Drive for a motion.
Yes, I would like to move to pass.
Is there a second?
A second.
Discussion from the maker of the motion? Or the second is going to introduce an amendment?
Yes, I would like to put forth amendment number 2026-0396H. And this was put forth because
Second.
Yes.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. And discussion.
Yep. So we thought that including so many civic topics were a little broad for this bill, and the purpose should be focused on more career and technical education or CTE events. And the future farmers of America, future business leaders, health occupation students, DECA, those are, and 4-H, those are very valuable experiences for our youth. And so we thought it was important to keep those. So what we did was strike out, if you look at the original bill, in line 8, we struck out everything after the word bodies. In line 14, we changed it to academic year instead of per 45 school day period. So the number of absences is now only 2. We struck out all of section B because we thought that was too broad. And line 28, we struck out or civic leadership because we also thought that was a little too broad, and that leaves the remainder of the bill as is. And so I would make a motion of ought to pass. Oh, sorry, we haven't amended it.
Any other discussion?
Thank you. I agree with the career and technical education events. Those are things that really do require time out from a school day, but they are important ones, like we talked about before. Sometimes they lead to scholarships, and they're very important for continuing education for students. But the civic events, I think we kind of saw a little bit of that this week with the kid governor. I mean, that was something that should be excused absence, because the kids that were there certainly learned a lot. And that's why I'm supporting this amendment.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, we will take a vote on the amendment for OTP. Yes.
This is to adopt the amendment. Vice Chairman Petronel.
Yes.
Representative Giason.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Labrie.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Germana.
Yes.
Representative Hall. Yes. Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Selig.
Yes.
Representative Kluger.
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass.
Yes.
Chairman Noble.
Yes.
18 yeas, 0 nays. Amendment
there-
adopted.
Is there another motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1573.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any other discussion? From the maker of the motion? Representative Petronel.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Representative Selig?
Oh, can I defer to Representative?
Sure. Representative Kluger?
Thank you. I cannot support ought to pass as amended. While I do believe the amendment does make the bill better, I don't want us to get involved in mandating policies that involve student attendance. I do support civic engagement for our students. I think that's wonderful. And I would like to leave that to the local control.
Any other comments? Representative Selig?
Thank you. I just wanted to concur with Representative Kluger and also say I'd spoken with principals in my part of the state over on the Seacoast who said that these types of activities, especially if they're CTE, the students get permission slips for CTE activities and they're excused like any other field trip or activity, or if they're outside of the school, is the students just request or the parents request it of the principal and they get approved. And so I don't believe the bill is necessary.
Representative Dry?
Thank you. I have the opposite experience working with the 4-H kids that come down to the Big E. They do get one day, but they need two.
Representative Freeman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we all strive to allow local control and not mandate from the state. However, I think in this instance, with this issue, this is probably one of the times that we can make things uniform across all districts. So it's not left up to each individual superintendent or principal to make this decision. So while again, I do support local control and not, issuing edicts from the state down to the local levels, I do think that this is the utmost important. Right now, we are experiencing a shortage in a lot of these areas that we're talking about, and we really need to have our youngest learners engaged in those things. And I think 2 days off a year definitely would help with that issue. So I will wholeheartedly support this bill with the amendment.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, the motion is OTPA.
Vice Chairman Petronel.
Yes.
Representative Giason.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Labrie.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Germana.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Selig.
No.
Representative Kluger.
No.
Representative Snodgrass.
No.
And Chairman Noble.
Yes.
10 yeas, 8 nays. Who's going to do that?
Representative Kluger. We'll open the executive session on House Bill 1635, modifying the requirements of suicide prevention education policies in schools. And I look to Representative Dry for a motion.
Motion is ought to pass.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
Who's second?
Freeman? Chibucha. Any discussion from the maker of the motion?
Yes, I'm going to reiterate that I agree that this is an important subject. I believe it should be included in training, but I have seen so many other examples of equally important things that are in a biennium, which is the way that most certifications run, the way that a lot of training in emergency medicine runs, the way that a lot of doesn't take away from other time that might be used in an already squeezed training session for teachers. I think that the schedule looks good. I think that it's there, and there's nothing that forbids a department or a school or a district from running more training if they wish.
Any other discussion? Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will not support the ought to pass motion. And if I may, this issue is really personal in circumstances where youth have been affected in my district. And we have seen a significant loss of life in our district with some younger kiddos. I feel that with the mental health crisis that we have in the state, as well as limited resources available, the most training we have available to our district's support staff, families, communities is invaluable. And for that reason, I can't support rolling them back respectfully.
Representative Selig.
Thank you very much. I concur with Representative Murray that I can't support this motion. We heard from people from both the National Alliance on Mental Illness as well as Connors Climb, which is an organization intended to prevent suicide among young people, that this bill would actually roll back some of the training that we have and reduce the amount of training that teachers and staff have for suicide awareness. And I don't think this is the time to do that. I think we have too many children in our country in crisis. We have too many kids experiencing all sorts of challenges, and that we should be doing more to provide support to those students and provide mental health support within the schools, but not rolling back suicide prevention. I like the idea of giving additional options for how to get training so that things continue to be fresh, but I don't believe that it's appropriate to roll back the number of hours and how frequently people are being trained. I just think it's too important to keep refreshing people's minds.
Representative Germano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, and I'd just like to add, as a college professor who's been working with, for the most part, young people between the ages of about 18 and 22 or 23, what I've seen year after year for 20 years is a growing crisis with mental health among young people. And, we are investing more and more at all of our colleges and universities and support systems to try to make sure that they're available for those young people. But the struggles still continue to get worse. And so I from the vantage point I see, at a state college, it's almost most of them are public high school kids. Most of them are from New Hampshire. I can't see any reason at all to reduce any of the training or other resources we put into helping deal with mental health for our kids in primary and secondary school. Thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk. The motion is OTP.
Vice Chairman Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Guyson.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Freeman. Yes. Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Labrie.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Germana.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Selig.
No.
Representative Kluger.
No.
Representative Snodgrass.
No.
Chairman Noble.
Yes.
10 yeas, 8 nays.
And I'll be writing the minority report.
We'll close the executive session on 16:35.
It's 10:08.
16:35. Yeah.
You can make the two.
What's the next one?
We'll open the executive session on House Bill 1716 relative to the academic accountability of education freedom accounts, and I recognize Representative Dry for a motion.
Thank you. I move ITL.
Is there a second? Discussion from the maker of the motion.
Thank you. I have been involved in home education since it started in New Hampshire, and using teachers in a non-public school as evaluators has been successful. There have been no complaints in almost 40 years of homeschooling in the state, and I hate to see that option taken away as an evaluator. There are families who, for some reason, for good reason, don't like to interact with certain schools in their area, for example, or find that a teacher in a non-public school is more on their wavelength and understands what they're doing better and was able to judge it better. And for that reason, I'm asking ITL.
Any comments from the second?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would certainly echo those concerns. There's a number of things in here that concern me, but I really want to zero in just a little bit on the latter part of this bill, which, mind you, this is inserted into a section of law that specifically looks to government regulation and making changes, so modifying things, interventions. And it explicitly calls for the evaluation, the assessment of sources of learning for EFA students. And I think we would be crossing a very bright line when it comes to having the DOE reviewing with an eye toward regulating what books parents might be allowed to use, the religious texts of religious schools, and things of that nature. I can't support that. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Representative Balboni.
Yes, I will be voting against the ITL motion. I respect what Representative Dry said about students that are homeschooled. Students that choose that option, which is one of the pathways, have the ability to opt out of any testing and any government restrictions whatsoever. That is a pathway. The Education Freedom Account program is a different pathway, and that pathway involves using taxpayer dollars to fund that education. Every other pathway requires testing, and this actually gives you options on how you can do that to accommodate those learners or those families who don't want to actually do the testing. And this is a way to evaluate the program. We often look at district test scores, and we often hear in this committee that school districts are failing, and that opinion and that assessment is made on those test scores. So there is no way at this point in time to actually look to see in a similar fashion whether or not students that are partaking of the Education Freedom Account program are succeeding in that same way. This is an effort to level the playing field. And I need to mention that the Oversight Committee has actually even mentioned looking at education attainment in terms of trying to put something together to report results. This actually gives the option because you can see the options there for approving educational attainment there. Students do take a test. All this says is that instead of just saying, I took the test, you actually give the results to the scholarship organization. It doesn't mandate that you have to take a particular test. You can take any statewide nationally standardized norm reference test. If you don't want to take the test, you can still submit the portfolio. The only thing that it's doing is making a uniform portfolio to see how those students are performing in similar fashion. And anytime you're looking at educational assessments, you want to use a normalized tool. So for those reasons, I don't see any problem with putting this forward. As I said, this is a different pathway of education that involves taxpayer dollars and should involve some kind of accountability.
Representative Paterno?
Thank you very much. At the end of the day, we have education freedom accounts so that parents have the opportunity to choose the educational opportunity that fits their students' needs. And at the end of the day, it's the parents who hold the accountability. And what the education freedom account does is gives them the option to monitor and watch their children and move them to a school or a situation where their educational needs are being met. And this is really about trusting the parents. I understand it is a different pathway. I agree with you 100%. But the assessments are in place, the portfolios are in place, and there are levels of educational attainment that do need to be met.
Any other discussion? Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thanks. So I would also like to concur with Representative Balboni. I think that it's vitally important. I agree that homeschooling parents do have the opportunity to monitor growth and progress in that way. But I would like to also say that when we're taking public taxpayer money out of the education trust fund and then placing it into an account, I think that the taxpayers do want to know and understand the growth and achievement and outcomes of what is happening for our learners.
Any other comments? Representative Cornell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think words that we've heard a lot recently are accountability and transparency. And I think that that's what this bill would do. I think we need to just be accountable and transparent in all areas. And if it's an EFA recipient, they should be accountable and transparent too.
Any other discussion? Representative Freeman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I've listened to both sides of it, and I did listen to what Representative Balboni had to say about assessments and her concern about public proficiency scores. But I'd like to remind everyone that if your child is in a public school setting and the parent opts them out of standardized testing, that also takes a hit on the proficiency score. So we allow public school students to opt out of standardized testing, but we're going to make it mandatory for EFA students, which is why I will vote for the ITL, because we already allow parents to opt out in one way. We should allow them to opt out or not even be involved in another. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Representative Balboni?
To be clear, there are other methods of attainment that are mentioned, and they can opt out of the testing, which is why there's a rubric option there. So that argument actually isn't really valid. You're right, you can opt out in a public school from testing requirements. And I would also put out there, the more children that actually opt out of the program of testing actually alters the scores of that school. And if there are a certain number of schools that opt out of the testing, there are penalties which automatically reduce the overall scores of the program. And those are not actually considered when a lot of people cite scores. So again, I'll go back to the methods of attainment. There's nothing in this bill that changes those options of educational attainment. This is just in the reporting of the results. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would also like to say that in addition to that conversation, we also have our local elected boards who have conversations about what those metrics for measuring progress would look like throughout a district. And my understanding is that we look to them for those discussions as well as providing those bodies of evidence for growth and attainment. And like Representative Balboni did say, and you did acknowledge, yes, an individual can opt out of a test, but there are other bodies of evidence that are collected, formative and summative assessments that go along with that, as well as in some places, also portfolios in the public school.
Representative Drive.
Thank you. We look at assessment tests from 3rd grade, 8th grade, 11th grade. You're asking these EFA students to do a report for assessment every year.
Any other comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, the motion is ITL.
Vice Chairman Petronell,
Yes.
Representative Giason, Representative Dry, yes. Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Labrie,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Germana,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Selig,
No.
Representative Kluger,
No.
Representative Snodgrass,
No.
Chairman Noble.
Yes.
10 yeas, 8 nays.
We'll close the executive session on 1716.
Who's writing the
Representative Balboni. Thank you. We will open the executive session on House Bill 1820, requiring the Department of Education to administer the Education Freedom Account program, and I look to Representative Belcher for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move ITL.
Is there a second? Discussion from the maker of the motion.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This one's a little bit complicated, but ultimately I view this bill as a serious constitutional threat to the whole of the EFA program, and it's going to take a minute to explain that. So under the current paradigm, and I know there's a lot of different ideas and there's a lot of different information out there, but under the current paradigm, the way our EFA program is set up is it's designed to give grants. It makes grants to parents. Now, those grants to parents are then administered by a third party 501c3, a nonprofit organization. Now, this is very important because this is where the distinction between public money and private money comes in. So if, for instance, we weren't making grants, if we were had a true voucher program, for instance, or if we were directly making payments to certain schools, it would no longer be a grant to parents, and that would be public money. But when we're making a grant to parents, that becomes their money for the purpose of educating their children in accordance with SCOTUS rules, such as defining that parents have the ultimate authority to direct the upbringing of their own children. So that's where this program is constitutional, and that it's been upheld. All right, like there have been challenges in court, and the court struck down those challenges based on the current paradigm being lawful. The problem is, if we were to transfer the oversight and the administration of this program to the Department of Education, we would no longer be making direct grants to the parent that are being administered by a 501c3. We would be in the position of then making payments directly from the government to wherever this student is going. That then implicates, at least in the instance of any religious oriented education, Article 83 of the New Hampshire Constitution. If that were then struck down based on Article 83 of the New Hampshire Constitution, you would then have SCOTUS precedent come in. SCOTUS precedent says if you have a program where you're paying for any sort of private education through the state, you cannot exclude religious education. Those two things combined would have the program potentially found entirely unconstitutional and destroyed. So I view this bill as a major threat to the program, because we don't have a voucher program. We have a grant-making program to parents who then direct those funds for their children. Thank you.
Anything from the second?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Representative Belcher. In addition, moving this from the scholarship organization, which has an incentive to maintain their administrative costs at the lowest rate possible so that all of the funding goes, as much funding as possible goes directly from the grant, goes directly to the parents. Moving this to the department, I don't see that the department would have the same level of incentive to keep the costs low. That's just not how government run organizations are. They just increase costs. They will add more administrative positions. The way it's run currently with a scholarship organization, that could be any scholarship organization, they have an incentive through competition to keep costs as low as possible.
Any other discussion? Representative Cornell.
So I just want to point out that on page, I think it's page 1, right in the proposed bill, it says per pupil adequate education grant amount shall transfer to the student's EFA the per pupil adequate education grant amount. And then line 14, the transfer shall be made in accordance with the distribution of adequate education grants under RSA 198:42. So they still will be getting grants for that. I do think that the Department of Education will try to keep the cost down as much as possible because it's taxpayer money, and I don't think the state will want to pay any more than they have to. I think I do have an amendment that I would be putting in that will say that department can do up to 10% as a scholarship fund does. And the department does have a Bureau of Compliance that will overlook everything. And again, I think what we are looking for is accountability, responsibility, transparency. And I think if it's run by the Department of Education, we will have more of that than we do with the Children's Scholarship Fund, which I disagree. I think they try to make as much money as they possibly can because the money all goes to an organization in New York, which then distributes it. And I know that some of it comes to New Hampshire students, but I also believe that some of it goes to other states to help with their scholarship funds. So I think the Department of Education would be the best one to administer this. And I think they can do oversight without changing eligibility. This bill does not say, let's do away with EFAs, let's take away any money. It's just changing who does the oversight and manage the program.
Representative Dry.
I've heard a lot of I thinks in the last week about this program. And I just want to point out that Children's Scholarship Foundation 990s are public. The audits are public. The top salaries are published. The annual reports are published. The EFA expenditure reports are published. The DOE student data sheets are published. And the DOE compliance monitoring of CSF is published. They have 15 employees and 6 remotes in New Hampshire. Their office is up the street. There is another office of the same company in New York, but the money does not go there. It goes to the office here. It goes to the employees here. Here's the list of what they spent it on last year, which was only 7.83 of the 10% that they could get for administration. I heard a lot of numbers last week that were just out of the world. I was just imagining that they take 10% when they don't. And it was dividing, we heard them say that it was an average could be for $350,000 per employee. That's lunacy. It's about 80,000 when you divide 21 into the 1,666,000 they spent on administration this past year.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Vice Chairman Petronell,
Yes.
Representative Guyson,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Labrie,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Germana,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Selleck,
No.
Representative Kluger,
No.
Representative Snodgrass,
No.
Chairman Noble,
Yes.
10 yeas and 8 nays. Who's me? Cornell. And Belcher. Yep. Okay.
That ends the executive session on 1820. We'll open the executive session on House Bill 1834 relative to the Education Freedom Account enrollment cap, and I recognize Representative Belcher for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move ITL.
And I guess I'll second. Any discussion from the maker of the motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So this bill would propose extending the present EFA cap through another school year, the 26 to 27 school year. So I have never been a particular fan of the cap from the very beginning. I am very concerned that the cap is actually unconstitutional. Now, I don't think the courts would strike down the whole program. I think they might just strike down the cap, because the courts have historically been very friendly to arguments about means testing. Whether or not I like that, they have been. So that has been found to be a reasonable discriminatory method within different programs. But when you look at a program that arbitrarily caps a number and doesn't provide the same service, the same function to another person of the same demographics, the same income, the same everything, just arbitrarily excludes one person while enabling other people, I don't believe that that's really constitutional, and I don't think it's ethical either. I don't see any ground really for making that that happen. Further, the bill does have a fairly significant error, as was identified in the hearing, where the timeline for the enactment of the bill would actually put this bill into effect just a little bit after the new school year started, and presumably where those 800 plus families have already started a brand new school year. Those kids may be in public school or private schools or homeschooled, and all of a sudden they would be left high and dry right after they started the program. So I have to vote ITL. Thank you.
I concur. Is there any other discussion, Representative Selleck?
Thank you. I oppose the ITL motion for a number of reasons. One is that when this bill was first introduced, the fiscal note was not yet completed. It was finally submitted to us on January 12th. It indicates the bill would save taxpayers $6.2 million next year, $6.2 million. But it's actually more than that. The fiscal note estimates under this bill, in which the cap stays at 10,000 students, the number of students in the program in 2027 would be 11,250, because about 1,250 would have priority status. And it goes on to talk about that, but it does not take into account the current priority students when estimating this bill. The real estimate under current law is 13,750 students next year, because the same 1,250 priority students will have priority status, and it doesn't change anything related to that. The actual taxpayer savings under this bill would be $12.4 million for New Hampshire taxpayers, double what the fiscal note indicates. The legislature only budgeted enough funds for 9,541 students next year, which is $47.8 million in the budget, about $5,010 per student. So even with this bill, we've still overspent on our vouchers on the EFA program. And so for that reason and some others, I cannot support the ITL.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also concur with Representative Selig. Given where we are financially with our revenue snapshots within the state, I think that we do have to be looking everywhere for cost savings. And we have a constitutional obligation to first fund public education. This is an optional program that families may enroll in. And so when we are talking about a potential tax savings of $12.7 million, I think that $12.4 million to the taxpayers. I think that it would be wise and prudent to sort of pump the brakes here before we think about expanding things with regard to what we already know. Priority enrollments push that cap above and beyond the 10,000 already. So going any further, I think this bill is well needed, and I cannot support the ITL motion.
Representative Freeman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, what I've heard a lot of numbers thrown around, but the one thing I haven't heard is that even if the children don't use the EFA program, the state still has to fund the state adequacy portion. So if the EFA program is going to cost $6.2 million based on state adequacy being reimbursed, then the state is still going to have to pay $6.2 million to any school district that the child attends. So I think we should be careful on how we present those numbers as a pseudo cost savings, when in fact we still have to spend that money. The bottom line is that putting a cap on this program will absolutely positively throw into turmoil the children that are on this list that are waiting to be put on this list. So for that reason, I'll be supporting the ITL.
Any other discussion? Representative Selig?
When the state meets its court-mandated minimum of funding adequacy, then we can talk about expanding other programs. But until that time, we shouldn't be spending money on anything else.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I also think it should be noted that roughly 90% of the children in the EFA program have already been in private schools. So unless there is a contention that those individuals would then be rematriculating back into the public school system and not being in the private school system where they were prior to the EFA program enrolling, I don't think that an ITL motion is prudent.
Representative Hall?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to say, I don't know how many things are unconstitutional, but it sounds like everything I hear from that side of the table, it's unconstitutional, and I don't believe it. Thank you.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We probably do a few things that are unconstitutional in the state. It's just these things happen. But I was just gonna note there is a court finding that has come down, and I do think it's important to address that. And I think we've already addressed it once. It was in a bill this House passed last year, went all the way through, and it was the official position of this House by majority vote, as is my opinion, that this is a legislative prerogative, how much and how public education is funded. And I believe the judiciary ought to consider staying in their lane.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would say there are multiple court decisions that have come down speaking about funding public education adequately. And so when we are talking about what our financial obligations are relevant to Claremont decision, Conval, and the Rand decision, I think we have competing priorities here.
Representative Litchfield?
Thank you. I understand that we're talking about money here, but my concern really is the children that we're talking about. You're right, you're absolutely right. Some of them were in private schools ahead of time, and I understand where you're coming from on that. But there are parents that feel like they're forced at this point to send their children to a private school. And I know that not everybody necessarily agrees with that, but they don't agree with whether it be how things are taught, what's taught in the schools. There's a lot of activism, there's a lot of politics. You don't see that in many of the private schools. And to be perfectly honest, there are many parents out there that are resentful that they have to spend 20,000+ a year to educate their child. It's just not fair. When the public school can meet the needs of all the children, then yes, let's talk.
Representative Selig?
When we fund schools adequately so that schools can meet all the needs of children, then let's talk.
I think we're done here. Representative, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
Dry. Hi.
Hi.
The
The
motion
motion is IT.
ITL. Vice Chairman Petronell.
Yes.
Representative Giason.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
No, wait a minute. Representative Dry. Thank you. It's a long afternoon. Representative Belcher.
Still yes.
Yeah, thank you. Freeman.
Yes.
Yes. Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative LaBrie.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Germana.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Selig.
No.
Representative Kluger.
No.
Representative Snodgrass.
No.
And Chairman Noble.
Yes.
10 yeas and 8 nay.
Representative Selig will write the report. And that concludes our last exec session. Does anybody know how many we did today? That's, we needed to do a lot, actually.
18.
Ooh, cooking with gas.
Madam Chair, will we be executing bills on Monday after we conclude our hearings?
I'm hoping to.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a couple of early bills we are gonna have to get off of our plate.
Thank you.
So what I will do with that amendment for, the standards bill, I'll have them swap it, and then I'll send it to you through email, so you can check it out over the weekend. No, no, we're not. I still wanna bring up. I don't know. Went right out of my head. Oh, that's it. As soon as possible, like tomorrow. Oh, that would be awesome. That would be great.